Test 1 2 1 2 1 2. Test. Test.
Testing. Testing.
do is just hit that. Check, check, and it's on.
And then when I'm
Hey, what,
1, 2, 2, 2.
if that person is
One, one.
accurate, the person? They put their name on there, who put it out there? Yeah, yeah, they did. We need to see if it's really an accurate name or not. On TLRS.
Okay, it's time to get started. Council, please take your seats. I'm going to call this special meeting of the Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Troy Taylor of First Baptist Church and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Father, in the name of Jesus, we are thankful today, and I'm thankful for your grace and your presence here on this special day, this special occasion. I lift up our mayor, his staff. I pray for this council of leadership and the faithful leaders you have put here in our city. So, Lord, again, I just pray for your wisdom, your hand of protection, guidance, discernment, as we walk beside and support our leaders in our city. I believe if you've been called to a church, you've been called to a city. So we lift up our city today. We love you, we thank you, and we give you praise in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Thank you, Pastor, for coming and praying for us. And please call the roll.
Epps. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, and we do have a quorum. Now it's time for presentation. Item number 1, presentation of service plaque to Councilmember Marianne Hankins Booker. If you'll join us at the front.
Well, this is kind of different. I've never done this before for my wife. Is this working? Okay. And I didn't really prepare anything. And so this is all going to be from the heart. And so, I'm hoping I don't start crying, right? And that's true because it's very personal for me because I wouldn't have met you if we wouldn't have been serving together on the council, because that's how I met you. And that's special to me. But also watching you serve your constituents and the love that you've had for your ward and the care that you've given each person that's called you and the frustration that you've had when something didn't work out the way you wanted it to. It's been really special to watch. And while everybody may be that way, I got a front seat view with you. And I know that you truly loved what you're doing. And I've heard you talk so many times about how addictive it is serving people. And I know everybody that served on the council feels that as well, and I do too. It is very addictive, isn't it? You've done a great job. You've been a good constituent. You might have missed a couple of meetings, maybe 1, 2 meetings. And I think that was when Ross passed away, wasn't it? And other than that, you've been here for 7 years, meeting after meeting after meeting. And what most people don't know is there's probably 2 or 3 committee meetings or more between every council meeting that you're here as well, plus meeting with the constituents. So, I'm very proud of you for what you've done. And after everybody gives you a big round of applause and talks about you a little bit, we got to let them talk about you. Then we're going to let you say something, okay? Let's give her a big round of applause. All right, we're going to start right here with the city clerk, Donna Lamb. I'm not going to give you this yet.
Well, they never let me talk. Marianne, it's been such a pleasure working with you. I've learned a lot from you, and thank you for your service. I know that being on council is kind of very behind the scenes, and not everyone can see all the work that you do, but I know that you really put your heart and your soul into everything that you did up here, so thank you.
So it's funny the things that you remember, and you know, I've sat next to you for 2.5 years now, and all the wonderful things that the mayor said are absolutely true. But I'm going to remember the lighter moments about, like, when you would say something under your breath that only I could hear. That's what I'm going to remember. And it's been a joy and a pleasure serving with you. And I wish you the best in all of your future endeavors. I know that you're going to do great. And yeah, it's really going to miss you. So.
I got to tell you, it's a little bit different for me because obviously I didn't get to serve with you extensively on the council except for one meeting. But I got to tell you that what's special for me is when we were at the farmer's market and my wife was talking to you and she had no idea who you were. And she was like, "That's just the nicest lady, isn't she?" And I said, "Yeah, you realize she's a councilwoman?" She's like, but I appreciate that, and I appreciate just the touch points and the communication that we've had since then. And my wife, if she was here, she would say the same thing.
Let me say this, John. Some of the things that she said under her breath that only you heard, we all heard them. I've known Mary Ann a long time. She's always been a great friend. A real anchor when things get rough. She helps you. She keeps you calm, and I need that from time to time. And my wife really loves her, so that within itself says something. So we're going to miss her. But I know she has bigger and brighter things she wants to do, and I think that's great. And we can always probably find out what she's thinking just from the mayor being here. So we will miss you.
So, Mary Ann, I'd like to thank you for your service, and I remember 7 years ago when you came here and you were a new councilwoman, and kind of watching you learn and develop and now become one of the senior members of the council. And I know you're very conscientious. You care about your ward. You care about the citizens of Lawton, and I appreciate everything you've done for the city. And you'll be missed up here. Well, I'll miss you, but I know you'll still be around, and I'll see you when the mayor's around. So best wishes, and thank you for everything.
Mary Ann, we were on LEDA together before I became on council, and I was there probably 5, 6 years. So I've had the opportunity to sit by your side many times in no one else knows, but in executive session. You and I had assigned seats next to each other. I'm just going to try to put out a few adjectives here. Steadfast, quiet, gentle honesty. There is something about you that you do speak your mind, and you're so eloquent about saying what you feel that it generally comes across very gentle. If I would have said that, I would have probably hit somebody across the head with a mallet, but you're able to really do that, and that's a skill that just doesn't come with very many people. And I've always appreciated that about you, and in that quietness, it shows very, very strong leadership, and it's going to be missed on this council. Thank you very much for your service.
Well, Mary Ann, you've been a joy to serve with, and I know we've served on the YFAC committee together, and I always appreciated your spirit. You know, the scripture tells us in 1 Timothy 4 to be thou an example in word, an example in conversation or your very lifestyle, also in your spirit and your faith and purity. And thank you for being that kind of example to our community. Thank you for the investment you've made in we Lawtonians and for this council. We appreciate you, and you will be missed, but it's been a joy to serve with you.
Councilwoman Mary Ann Hankins Booker. I want to emphasize what the city manager was saying about you speaking under your breath. I too had opportunity to sit to, you sat to the left of me, Councilwoman Chapman sit to the right, so there I sat in the middle. But when you did say something under your breath, I would say, what did you say? And you would repeat what you said. You made sure I could hear what you said. Very soft-spoken, very, very humble individual. And I just like to say thank you for your exemplary service to the Lawton Forest Hill community. And I know that you will continue to serve in a different capacity. And we will miss you on the council.
Okay, let me read this plaque. I forgot that. With deep appreciation for your dedicated service, leadership, and commitment to the citizens of Lawton, thank you for your years of contribution and lasting impact as a member of the Lawton City Council. And then I'm going to ask your service rises to the highest level of some kind.
You got it? Well, I had some bullet points to make sure that I said, but the city manager always tells me in a kind way that I talk in circles, so he never knows where I'm going. Isn't that right, John? And so, anyway, this has been an experience of a lifetime to have this opportunity and to have people believe in you and trust you enough to vote for you I haven't had a runoff yet, so that was pretty special. And I love my Ward 1. And it's just, when somebody calls, I usually go out to their house and try to solve what's going on with them. But I have really enjoyed this, and I have enough uplifting statements this evening to last me a lifetime, I think. But you know, when you're in social work like I am for 20+ years, you have to be careful what you say so you don't hurt anyone or don't do any damage. So all the damage I did here was under my breath. So you can't help it. But anyway, thank you so much. And this is bittersweet tonight. But thank you so much for allowing me to have the opportunity to serve the city in this way.
You want to take this with you?
Okay, and that brings up business item number 2, swearing in ceremony for Ward 1 City Council Member Layton Hooten. If the judge and Councilman, or almost Councilman Layton Hooten will join us at the front. Do you need a microphone? You don't? Okay. Okay, and while the councilman's coming up, I think the way we'll do this is we'll go ahead and have comments because I didn't tell him to prepare speech, so he's got maybe 2 or 3 minutes to prepare it in his mind. And then we'll start down here with Ward 7, and you can say your welcomes to Councilman Lane Hooten.
Councilman Hooten, my advice is to do what is right towards all people, be dedicated, work hard, take a break when needed, but most of all, get to know the needs of your constituents.
Mr. Uyghur.
Councilman Hooten, welcome. Looking forward to working with you. You know, the Word of God says in James 3, "Who is a wise man endowed with knowledge? Let him show a good conversation." I've known you at a distance 12 years ago with my battle with cancer, and observed and watched. Thank you for the example I have seen, and I look forward to seeing all that you have for our community in the days ahead. Looking forward to serving with you.
Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman, that sounds good. That's how I will be addressing you from here forward. I want to admonish you to, I always tell people this, but I'm going to say it one more time. There's a country and western song that says, I like a man with a slow hand. I say that to you because, you know, you take steps of action to deal with people. And many times when my constituents call me, they are distraught and emotional. And I try to handle them with a slow hand and listen to what they have to say, because a lot of times in the beginning, they're not saying what they want to say. So I let them get that out, and then as soon as they kind of calm down and get more sensible, I can hear what their needs really are. And I just want to kind of give you that bottom line advice, because it doesn't really matter what I think. It matters what they think, because I'm standing in proxy for them. And if I don't know how they think, I already know how they feel, but I don't know how they think, and I can't put together options for them, then I'm not really doing a service to them. I don't know that you want to follow that same advice, but probably in the ballpark somewhere. Congratulations and welcome aboard to this team. It's a great team.
Mr. Gill.
Councilman, that's the word. Certainly good to have you with us. It'll be enjoyable, I'm sure, working with you. If I can help in any way, please just ask.
And Councilman Epps.
I don't know that I have a lot of words of wisdom to say, given my 2-week tenure. But what I will say is I do look forward to working with you. I don't know you, but what I do know about Lawton is there are people that are dedicated to the continued growth and improvement, and the fact that you're sitting here is a testament to that. So I look forward to working with you.
All right, and before I turn it over to the councilman, I do want to say what Marianne said, this is addictive. Helping people and making a difference in our community is addictive. And everybody up here knows how it feels when it comes times to leave, the struggle. That doesn't mean it's always easy between the time you're sworn in and the time you leave, but when we focus on all the good that we're doing for our city, it's the most rewarding thing that I've ever done in my public life. So welcome to the City Council. Now I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, I still have to learn how to use this first to get it going. Thank you all for your comments, and I'll take your advice seriously. I hope to be, I'm really honored to have an opportunity to serve the people of the First Ward, but also the entirety of Lawton. And hope to be a serious and hardworking member of the council for a number of years. So I appreciate all the good words and all the help I've had so far, and we look forward to getting to know you all better and working with you. Thank you.
All right, and once again, welcome. And that brings up adjournment. And so I see people in the audience that want cookies. So we need a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second? Please call the roll.
Hooton. Epps.
Yes.
Gill. Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Now we go
Here.
Well, you've had a long term. We want to be in that love bunch. Absolutely.
It's off and on. It'll be red when it's on. Okay. You hit that button. You
It'll
do
be on.
invitation. Mhm.
Okay, it's time to get started. I'm going to call this Lawton Transit Trust Authority meeting to order. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Business item number 1, consider approving the chairman to sign the authorizing resolution from FTA that will allow Donald Morrison the authority to execute and manage all FTA grants that the Transit Trust has approved. Christie.
This document and the next item are new FTA regulations. We just did this in March when we had Ryan Landers get approved. But now that Ryan is no longer with us and we have Donald Morrison, this is basically just changing the authorization from Ryan to Donald to allow him to execute the grants in the system.
All right, you ready for that, Donald? Yes, sir. Okay, can I get a motion for approval? Have a motion for approval and a second. Please, are we voting or calling the roll? Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
I should have known you were ready when I saw that I Love Lawton pin on.
Well, you gave it to me.
You remembered to wear it. You was afraid of that $100 fine, wasn't you? Item number 2, consider approving the interim city attorney to sign the opinion of counsel from FTA that will allow Donald Morrison the authority to execute and manage all FTA grants that the Transit Trust has approved. Same thing.
This is the companion item that does the same thing, yes,
Get
sir.
a motion? Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
I need a motion to go to executive session. Motion and a second. Please call the roll. Can somebody tell me how long we expect this to take?
Not very long.
All right. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, can I get a motion to return? So moved. Got a motion and a second, please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Executive session item number 3, Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B3, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the Transit Trust Authority convened an executive session to discuss the potential purchase of real property. That conversation occurred and no action is necessary.
Do we have a motion for adjournment? So moved. We have a motion and a second, please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, and the meeting's adjourned. At this time, I call the special meeting of the Lawton Water Authority to order. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Business item number 1, consider awarding CL 26002 agriculture leases to the named parties in the attached memorandum from the city attorney's office, with each award contingent upon the lessee executing a timely lease with the city and authorizing the chairman and secretary to execute the required documents. Go.
Can you hear me now? Yeah, I can hear. Okay. The agricultural leases, the lands are primarily out by Lawton, or the lakes, Lake Latonka, Lake Ellsworth. The current leases are set to expire on September 30th. We bid these out every 5 years. This year we received 9 bid packets. Staff reviewed each bid offer and provided a list of the highest bidders. The recommended bids would be an increase of almost $12,000 a year compared to the previous leases.
Do we have questions? Seeing no questions, can I get a motion? So moved. I have a motion for approval. I have a second. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps.
Thanks, Cindy.
Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Bringing up item 2, consider approving a second amendment to Schoolhouse Slough lease agreement as it pertains to the location of the proposed self-serve ice vending machine. Larry.
Mr. Chairman and authority members, I'm here this evening to ask for approving or consideration for approving a second amendment to the original. The reason being is to move the location that was in the first lease a little bit closer, 80 feet east to be exact. It's still on city property, okay? This does a couple of things. The first thing it does is it allows easy access in and out, and it's a lot safer off of Highway 58. The other thing it does, it helps Mr. Juan Rodriguez because it puts this location closer to utilities. Everything else remains the same on this lease.
We have questions? Motion? We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Do I have a motion for adjournment? Well, I'll take one of those for a second. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, that meeting stands adjourned. At this time, I'm going to call the regularly scheduled meeting of Lawton City Council to order. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Benny Lanos of the Iglesia Casa de, I'm not going to get that word right, Pastor. Say it for me.
Casa de Oración means house of prayer.
That's it, house of prayer. And remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Praise God. I pledge allegiance.
No.
The prayer.
Go ahead and say the prayer, and then we'll do the pledge.
And I want to take an opportunity real fast to thank the council people, the members, and city manager, city clerk, and the mayor for this honor and opportunity. I am honored to say that I got my wife with me, Edith, and my mother-in-law and my sister-in-law that are visiting us from El Paso, Texas, and they enjoy themselves every time they come to Lawton, Oklahoma. So we're going to bow our heads and reverence to our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. I'm going to pray. Oh, Lord God, we come before you on this evening, Lord, with gratitude and humble hearts, Lord, to thank you for everything that you have allowed us to do so far. I want to thank you in advance for everything else that we're going to be doing the rest of this evening, God. I thank you for the leaders, God, of this community. I thank you for the city manager, the city clerk, our mayor, the members of the council, Lord. Continue blessing them with wisdom and strength, Lord, so they can continue going forth with the goals and the best interests of this city. Bless every family, every single person, every child, every adolescent in this town, Father. Make Lawton a city that will shine among the state, Lord. I ask you this in your name, Jesus Christ. Amen.
All right, thank you so much, Pastor. Appreciate you coming. Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Business item number 1, Employee Spotlight Award, Melissa Gomez. John?
Melissa Gomez, come on down. So Melissa works at Central Fire Station. She's worked there approximately 2.5 years. And one of the key tenets of our True North Culture Statement that was just approved by the voters to be a permanent part of our city charter is we're open for business. And what Melissa did a few weeks ago was a perfect example of being open for business. So she was contacted by a vendor, a food truck vendor who was trying to get a fire inspection for their vehicle. Melissa was able to square them away. But what happened next set her apart in this regard is she was able to, once the inspection was taken care of, she got the necessary documents from license and permits because they were really busy that day and they couldn't respond immediately. So Melissa made sure that she got them, made sure that they were filled out properly, and that citizen was able to get their business license and all the necessary permits to sell. And that's what we want to do. That's our goal as a municipality, is to enable our citizens and our business owners to do what they need to do. So please give Melissa a round of applause for making that happen.
And we're going to move item 2 to staff reports, which brings up the Clean Sweep Award, which I believe is the Buffalo Soldiers. So you guys come on down front.
Okay, am I working? So Saturday night, we have the Buffalo Soldier Banquet, and it's probably was one of my most favorite banquets in the whole 7 years I've been the mayor. I just really enjoyed it. It was such a great, relaxed attitude, just down-to-earth folks. And I was telling Trooper Washington that earlier, President Washington, and he told me, well, we're just down-to-earth people. So that was why you had such a down-to-earth banquet, and I really appreciate it. My wife and I really enjoyed it. And the Clean Sweep Award is all about keeping our city beautiful, keeping it clean. Because there's no way that we can do it without citizen groups adopting different miles of road. It is 1 mile, right? And these guys get out there once a quarter or more, and they pick up litter along a certain place, and this doesn't tell me where your place is. Say again?
Fort Sill to I-44.
Okay, that may be more than a mile. Well, you guys do good, and I want you to know I appreciate it, and the community appreciates it. So let's read this award. Clean Sweep Award proudly presented to the Buffalo Soldiers. This special recognition honors community groups and organizations that actively contribute to keeping our city clean by regularly picking up litter. It celebrates their dedication to maintaining a beautiful and welcoming environment for all residents. Let's give them a big round of applause. Okay. Very good. Tony.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the 1910th Horse Cavalry Buffalo Soldiers, we'd like to thank you for giving us this honor, because we do this within pride that we do. It's one of the things that we committed ourselves to do in the community. So we'd like to thank you all for this award, and we continue to support the community within the community by doing several things. So thank you again, sir, and the City of Lawton for allowing us to be here to receive this.
Thank all you guys. Thank you. Okay, now we got National Surgical Technology Week. Do we have someone here to receive that proclamation? Yeah, I don't think we do. So how about Hispanic Heritage Month? We got somebody to receive that? Usually Miss Alberti's here. Oh, here we go. They just told me I skipped something real important, but we'll get back to it. How you guys doing? I love doing these. Whereas each year, Americans observe National Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15 to October 15 by celebrating the histories, cultures, contributions of American citizens whose ancestors come from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas the observation started in 1968 as Hispanic Heritage Week under President Lyndon Johnson and was expanded by President Ronald Reagan in 1988 to cover a 30-day period starting on September 15th and ending on, we get to celebrate for a month. Party. It was enacted into law on August 17, 1988 on the approval of Public Law 100-402. During Hispanic Heritage Month, we take the opportunity to honor all Americans of Hispanic descent and to acknowledge their past and ongoing contributions to the success and growth of our nation and community. Hispanic Americans are the largest minority group in the United States today, and generations of Hispanic Americans have consistently helped make our country strong and prosperous. Whereas this year's theme, Latinos Driving Prosperity, Power, and Progress in America, highlights the significant impact of Hispanics to America's economic, political, and social advancement. Therefore, I do recognize September 15 to October 15, 2025 as a Hispanic Heritage Month, and encourage the whole city to party for a month. And don't forget the International Festival, where we celebrate lots of cultures that are here in our community. Let's give them a big round of applause. Okay, and I know Mary wants to say something.
On behalf of the Race Relations Commission, we want to thank the city for recognizing our Hispanic Heritage Month, and then Benny, who is one of our members of the Race Relations Commission. In fact, all of us are. In fact, John Dunaway is too, which is sitting in the back, and he won't come up here. Kim won't come up here either. She's sitting in the back. So we're the ones only that got to come up here today. Thank you.
All right, let's give them another round of applause. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to the city manager to do this Oklahoma Municipal League presentation to Rusty Wiesenhut, who was inducted into the Oklahoma Hall of Fame for city and town officials, and Donalyn Blazek Sherler, who won the Dawn Rider Transparency in Government Award. I hope I didn't steal your host's speech.
No, you didn't. But thank you. So as the mayor was saying, Rusty and Donalyn were both recognized at a state-level conference last week. Rusty was inducted into the Oklahoma Municipal League Hall of Fame, and that is quite an honor. Yeah, I think that deserves a round. Rusty's been a faithful employee for over 30 years. I've lost track of the
October 3rd would be 35 years.
So 35 years, that's a long time. That's a real long time. And Rusty's provided some amazing service to our city, our community, Southwest Oklahoma over the years as our Director of Public Utilities now, but he's held a variety of different jobs leading up to that position. So we're incredibly proud of him, and we're thankful for his service. So please give him another round of applause. Oh, and we have a medal for you, Rusty. It's your Hall of Fame medal. We did have a yellow jacket, but there's budget cuts, so this is what you get.
I would prefer orange, but yellow will do. And most people do not really realize that, I've got 35 years with the city of Lawton, but I've worked for 2 other municipalities through contract operational companies. Then I also spent a year working and running the water and wastewater system at Fort Hood. Along with that, many years of project management, construction management, and everything. But service to our citizens. I have 2 daughters, 4 granddaughters. And my 2 daughters and wife are here tonight. But I don't do what I do for today. I do what I do for tomorrow. My granddaughters, your granddaughters, that's what's important. This Kids First initiative that the city of Lawton has adopted, that is what's important. And we need to all be serving our young people and making their life what it needs to be so that they can take care of their children when they come along. So service is an important part of my life.
Thank you, Rusty. Does the Wiesenhut family want to come up and do a quick picture with their Hall of Fame dad? Congratulations, Rusty.
The second award that a City of Lawton employee received was from Donna Lynn Blazek-Schurler, and she received the Don Ritter Transparency Award. And what that award is given to annually is for the public official that's most dedicated to transparency and communicating with members of the public when they submit open records requests or when they submit questions. And I'll tell you that, you know, I've worked closely with Donna Lynn on the Open Records Program since I've been here for nearly 5 years as both the city attorney and the city manager. And just where we are today as opposed to where we were 5 years ago, it's an incredible transformation. You know, I remember when I got here, open records requests were handled. Somebody would get an email and they would forward the email and they would say, hey, just identify whatever documents you have and respond. That was the process. That's what we had. So we came from that, we developed a policy. Now we have software that enables us to research better and to find responsive documents and ultimately provide information that our citizens ask of us. And this transformation would not have been possible without Donna Lynn. She's been instrumental. You know, she's very patient, she's very thorough, she gets the job done. And this is really an incredible honor, and I can't think of a more deserving person that has earned this. So please give Donna Lynn a round of applause. Okay, and we've got a plaque for you, Donna Lynn.
Okay, now we're going to, before we get on the consent agenda, I want to tell you about a few agenda item changes. We're going to strike item 45 on staff reports. Then I'm going to move item 42 and 43, which deal with homelessness in some degree, and we're going to move those up with our unfinished business and our first two items on the business items, which also deal with the CDBG and other homeless issues. So that way we can do all that together. I think there are several people here that want to speak, and we'll go ahead and move those up and let them speak on that. Now on the consent agenda, we're going to strike item 19, and we're going to pull item 22, and that's all I have, council. Hold on.
Mayor.
Okay, so we're also pulling item 9.
Mayor.
Yes.
We skipped reports.
Uh-oh. I'm doing pretty good at skipping things today. Well, let's go ahead, since I started as consent, we'll go ahead and do this, and before we go to the two consent items, we'll do reports. So we pulled item 22 and 9, and we struck 19. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, please, are we voting or calling the roll? Please vote. You sure you voted?
I did once it took it.
Motion carries 7-0. All right, and before we do those two consent items, we're going to jump back and do reports. We're going to start with the Colonel. What do you have for us, Colonel?
All right. Hope everybody's doing well. I want to say thanks to everybody for our Black Start exercise. We went really well. Turned the lights off, turned it back on. Not a whole lot of issues there, so it was really great and learned a lot of great lessons learned. So really great support from the community. A couple things coming up. This weekend, if you're a Marine or like to support Marines, they have our 32nd annual Devil Dog Run. So come on out to the Patriot Club at 08 this Saturday, and then following that, it's a really great brunch. And if you're a Marine, we will have crayons for you to eat. So if you're a Marine, you know what I'm talking about. All the Marines know, chocolate crayons for everybody. And what's near and dear to my heart is, I also think is near and dear to everybody else's heart, Oktoberfest, 3 October. 3 October, Oktoberfest at Fort Sills Patriot Club. Starts at 1700, goes till 2200 or 10 p.m. for everybody. My favorite part, because I get to do it, at 1800 or 6 p.m., we're tapping the keg. I get to tap it. I can't wait. It's going to be a ton of fun. Come on out. We got a lot of brats, a lot of German food. Got some folks going to be out there playing some music. It'll be really great. And then that following Saturday on the 4th is Oktoberfest run. So yeah, Oktoberfest Friday night. And if you're feeling up to it, come run up with us on Saturday if you're feeling up to it. And then the last thing is, hey, if you like football, come on out to the Patriot Club every Thursday night for Thursday night football. It's going to be a ton of fun. We have a gridiron challenge. You get to put your name in the hat, and we'll do some picks for who's winning what. And if you're the lucky winner, you win like a T-shirt or something. But come on out and have a good time. It is a ton of fun. So thanks a lot, sir. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you. And Councilman Warren.
I wanted to say that it's really been a pleasure working with Rusty. I told him earlier that he's not allowed to leave. So he just don't get a big head. You just have to keep showing up. But I think Rusty may very well be the person that's been here longer than I am. But he has never failed to provide the service that he was supposed to, above and beyond. He's always been helpful. He's answered questions for me when it wasn't even his department. He just has always been very, very helpful, and I greatly appreciate that. Same with Donna Lynn. I don't know what I'd do without her. It's almost like AI. I just kind of, I say 4 words that almost match, and she knows what I'm talking about and moves forward and makes it happen. But I do appreciate that, and we have many, many, many great employees at the City of Lawton. That's just 2 examples, and I greatly appreciate both of you.
And Councilwoman Williams.
Yes, I just like to, I'm appreciative of everyone who's been participating in Award 7, the painting project. We were on today's front newspaper, Councilman George Gill and I, and the homeowner, but I just like to ask you to pray for the homeowner. Well, he was living there with the mother. She passed last Sunday. She died, but she died happy knowing that her home was going to be painted. She was overjoyed about that. Also, we were in Sunday before last newspaper also. NAACP Freedom Banquet is going to be October the 4th, and it's going to be at Cameron University McCaslin Ballroom. If you need a ticket, you can call 580-536-6913. And I'd just like to advise you, if you see your neighbor and they may need some help, I just advise you to see what you can do to help them, because that is what I do. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. Open Streets, what a success. We had a great time last Saturday, and of course, one of the things that I found really refreshing is meeting new folks that said, this is my first time coming to Open Streets. I didn't know this was here. And we had some wonderful visits with fellow citizens, and all of them were talking about how excited they were to be a part of Lawton. And I'm just very thankful for Ms. Summer, who kind of orchestrated and put all that together, and of course the city putting their blessing on it as well, and the participants. It was just a lot of fun to spend time with fellow Lawtonians. And I'm also glad to see Ms. Donna Lynn and Rusty both receiving those rewards, because it makes you feel good that the state of Oklahoma understands something that we've known for a long time. We have some wonderful people serving our city. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, and Mr. Hampton.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I love that Ward 5 stuff that's going on. Farmers Market, of course. That just is a year-round thing. Make sure you get out there and get you some fresh vegetables, some arts and crafts, and meet some of your fellow citizens. Very, very good time out there. I also want to echo Open Streets. You know, let me share our Open Streets program is such a fantastic program that other cities come here to model their Open Street program with our program. I had the opportunity to be one of the people that founded that and have supported that. That's a lot of work to put that together. I want to say thank you to the staff that get up at 7 o'clock in the morning or earlier to try to get the barriers up and get everything set up for that, and the tearing down. It's a lot of work behind the scenes, and I know that the Parks and Rec Department, as well as some other staff members are there. Congratulations to Jason on your little business downtown. What is that called again? That Curiosity Avenue. If you have a chance to go and see that, that's a wonderful thing for the kids. Kids first, of course. And I also want to echo Donna Lynn. I know I come and talk to you. I know your table's full, but you always help, and you're always so congenial. Appreciate that. Congratulations to you and Leslie, you and Rusty. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Gill.
Two quick things. I remember the day, almost the day that Rusty came to work for the city. I've known him ever since. I've worked with him on many projects. I think he's one of the best engineers I've ever had the opportunity to work with. City of Lawton has really been extremely fortunate to have had him all this time. Hope that doesn't mean you're gone, Rusty. That just means since we've had you, and we'll keep you as long as we can. So I wanted to mention that. Second thing on our streets program is our mill and overlay has really been a very successful project. It's not only new roads, new surfaces, but it's also a maintenance program, which we've really never had at this level before in the city of Lawton. And I hear a little bit of negative here and there, but these streets are really going to last us a lot longer for a lot less money, and we can get a lot more done. And one quick point, 38th Street's coming along really good. It will be open at the end of this week for north traffic at least halfway. There's been some questions on mill and overlay, so I want to clarify. 38th Street is a brand new street. It is 11 inches of asphalt over rock base. You can land an airplane on that if you need to. So that is a completely 100% brand new street for a lot less money. Thank you.
I'll be brief. What's going on in Ward 2, my good friend over at McMahon Authorium and Arts and Humanities sent me an update. So unfortunately, this Friday is the last day for the water park season. Closes at 7 p.m. So sad to see that, but I am glad that that is a asset to the city for our youth to have something to do. The other thing is, this is good news, the 46th annual International Festival kicks off at 5. The opening ceremony is at 5:45. The festival runs through Sunday, so this weekend, my wife Victoria has already told me that that is where we'll be, so there are things to do in Lawton. Come on out.
Okay, Councilman Hooton.
Well, I've been here about almost 2 hours now, so the report's going to be rather short. But I'm really thankful for all the help and support from the staff here with the city, and it's really impressive, and look forward to maybe having something else to report on next time. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. City Manager.
So come on out and enjoy International Fest this weekend. You might see Colonel Baird out there with some international officers. He was out there last year. Lots of fun, lots of opportunity to interact with folks, lots of great food. So you don't want to miss it. There's Councilman Epps went over a few of the highlights, but if you want to look at the specific schedule, just go to swacarts.com, just go to the website, you can get the schedule. And then the last thing that I've got is on September 30th, we'll be closing on our CIP loan. And so this loan, the projects that will be included in this loan are the museum, the 105 streets, the Animal Welfare Center, and the library.
All right, great. Very good. And that brings up item 9. Consider accepting a deed to Lot 17 through 32, Block 63 of the Lawton Heights Edition, commonly known as Lots 3 and 4, Block 63, Lawton Heights Edition, accepting payment of $5,000 and approve dismissing the pending action in the District Court of Comanche County titled City of Lawton, Oklahoma, a Municipal Corporation versus Transforming Hand, Inc., et al., case number CJ 2025-265. Tim.
Thank you. And just briefly, Mayor and Council, this case is, just so for transparency, so everyone knows, this is our nursing home demo case out on Andrews Avenue. You've been briefed in open session. We briefed some in executive session last time about potential settlement, and these were the terms that we got. This is what we talked about in executive session. Property owner is deeding the property to the city, also paying us $5,000. We have the quitclaim deed, we have the check, that's my understanding. And so just for transparency, I ask this be pulled so we know which one we're voting on. And I would ask council to go ahead and approve this, and thank you.
You have a motion? We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 22, consider approving proposed appointments to boards and commissions. And Matina Davis asked to speak on this. Is Matina here? Apparently she's left. Can I get a motion for approval? Second? Please vote. Motion carries. Bringing up unfinished business, receive an updated presentation from Family Promise regarding their request for Community Housing Development Organization, CHDO project for the acquisition and rehabilitation of building and property located at 1308 Southwest D Avenue, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to sign all required documents pertaining to this project. Charlotte.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So we originally brought this project to you on July 22nd, and it was tabled so that we could do some additional information. Michael Tao is here. He's the president of the board of Family Promise, and he is going to do a slight presentation for you guys and ask for signing of the agreement for the $33,000 tonight.
I can, sure. So Charlotte here is going to pass out our what we call phase 1. It just kind of breaks down what our request is for, the $33,000. Kind of breaks down into 2 different sections. Apologies, give me 1 second. So is there any, I know you really haven't had a chance to look at this too depth, but it was kind of already included in the first proposal. Is there anything specific you'd like for me to go over, or you kind of want me to do a quick overview of the whole thing? Kind of give me some guidance. A quick one. Okay. So phase 1, you'll have part A, which will be the operating support. That's going to cover your staff, your administrative costs. That's also where we're going to find that compliance part for the HUD and also the CPA financial oversight. That's more the administrative part of there. Obviously, some of that obviously is not encumbered at this moment. It's what's coming for the future. Part B will be the pre-development costs or assistance. This is going to be the actual hard part, construction cost. You're going to have the conceptual design phase, which includes an engineering report, which I know Councilman Gill was very important for us to get that done. So that's going to be into that part. And obviously, the survey kind of goes along with that for the actual construction. We've had multiple meetings with CDBL. They kind of have given us a simplistic kind of layout of the floor plan. We're very excited about what it's looking so far. Kind of after this one, we're going to have some follow-up meetings to get prepared for the final proposal coming later. And so we're very, very excited about what's going on so far. Any questions?
So I misunderstood this, and I thought you were asking for some operational funds. What you're asking for is some money to get started on a building project. Is that correct?
So no, these would be, and maybe I say it incorrectly, but this would be, it would be support funds, I guess is the best way to say that.
Support for the construction project or support for operations?
It's support for the construction project, so for the survey, for the structural engineer, and to work with CDBL to move forward with plans.
Okay, and did I miss in here, have we got an estimate at all of where this is going within total cost?
No.
Seems like the last time we visited, it was about $500,000, right?
So our original, oh, I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
Is it okay for me to answer?
Yeah.
Okay. Our original proposal was 540. So far, we've only kind of talked about a conceptual floor plan, and then with the engineering report that was just finished and this upcoming survey, we'll be able to get a full budget. CBL is going to get us a full budget item, you know, how much is the HVAC, how much is each individual item, and then we'll be able to come back with our proposal for the final part, explaining what we were requesting from the city and what we would be seeking elsewhere, if need be.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Mr. Gill.
I think it might be beneficial that we go ahead and get the additional information, get our budget situated, see where we're at, look at the different things that we need to look at before you come back to the council and want that money, because I would think that that might depend on what we're talking about as to what this body votes for.
Oh, no, I agree.
Okay.
My kind
So you didn't want any action tonight then, other than?
So my kind of understanding of this whole process tonight is kind of what Chodo would call the kind of support pre-development phase. And so you can almost kind of think about it as two separate deals. So this support phase would be funds to help Family Promise pay for the engineer, pay for staff to work on these items, and it's all under HUD that way. Once we finalize the budget, finalize the proposal, we then come back to the city saying, here is a final number, here is the final designs. Now we're turning our official request for Chodo funds to actually build the project. So it's kind of two separate, it's all one project, but the Chodo, the way they have their funds and I've got to think of the correct word to say here, the allowed ways to release said funds kind of gives you two different ways to do so. So, Charlotte, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the way that Chodo allows this is released to allow us to develop the idea and then come to the city council to request money to actually build it. If it doesn't work out the way, I don't believe there's any issues with releasing these funds now.
So this is a question I have, because in the documents, there is a proposed agreement for operational expense for $33,000, I believe. So are they asking council to approve that tonight?
Yes, we're asking council to approve that $33,000.
I guess what I'm confused at is that maybe things that I've heard in an unofficial capacity is that the estimate of this is way over $1 million. And I don't know that I'm ready to say we're behind the project to spend $33,000 on it. And I kind of think maybe I'm wrong, if we spend this money up front, we're kind of saying we're behind the project. Mr. Warren.
And that's a little bit of what I was wanting to say. I honestly don't, do we know, maybe I got three questions, maybe three. do we have any idea when we're going to put a nail in wood? How long, what's the guesstimate on how long that's going to be?
I don't have a date yet. We haven't set a date yet. Just because this part here is the pre-development part. And so once we get those numbers and we understand it, we then come back to city council with the full request for actually any money. So these CHOTO funds are I know it's kind of very confusing, and it's very confusing to me as well, so hopefully I'm doing this right. But like I said, you're using it for two different things. This is the pre-development portion to come back to you with a full request for the funds to build construction. So they're not, so I don't believe that by approving these tonight, you're on the hook for anything in the future. But we need these funds to develop the plan proposal to then come back to you to do said plan and proposal.
Okay, so the next question is, so these funds can be used for operations.
Yes.
Council, here's my issue is we don't, and this is nothing personal about Family Promise or any, the actual project, but we don't know that that's even going to happen. And my fear is that, once again, and just because it happens in government on a daily basis, not necessarily here, but federal government and state government and everywhere else, if we provide that $33,000 and then the next ask is, well, the city needs to put in $250,000, that $33,000 has evaporated. It's gone, and we've got nothing for it because any plans that would have been started won't be any good in 2 years when it's time to finally build it. I think it needs to be a package deal. I think it needs to, I don't know how they make that happen. I would much rather see a focus on spending, because $33,000 is actually a small amount of money. And that's why it's so easy for it to evaporate. So if we were to provide that for operations where it can be spent directly to the care of a citizen or to provide housing or whatever it is, tomorrow we've actually accomplished something. I'm just afraid that we're going to spend $33,000 to get 2 steps down the road to find out we're not going to be able to spend the money that we're going to need to spend because I guarantee you the federal government's not going to spend it all. If it's $1 million, they're not going to pay $1 million. We're going to have some kind of match, and if we don't have the money, then the $33,000 is gone. I'll let you all discuss it. I'll make a motion.
So I've got a question. When you talk about, you're talking about using it for operations different than what this is saying, I gather. This is talking about the operations necessary to put together a conceptual plan. I don't gather that's what you're talking about.
No, my question, I guess, would be is, can we provide those funds to an entity for operations as long as they are a nonprofit? What's the rules for where that money has to go?
So the nonprofit would have to be a designated CHOTO, which Family Promise is the only CHOTO that we have in town that's designated as a CHOTO. So they're the only organization at the moment that could utilize these funding.
And Charlotte, that funding expires in 3 days, right?
Yes, we have $42,000 that will go back to the HUD federal regulations at the end of the week.
And does it have to be spent or awarded?
Spent.
How are they going to spend that much money in 3 days?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Michael, but I believe most of it is already spent, and this is a reimbursement.
Now, we might have some PO requirements that don't allow us to do this. If I go out and buy something, I can't come in unplanned and get a PO on it. Does that apply to this?
I'd have to look. I don't know off the top of my head. We can look at the purchasing policy.
Kristen?
Kristen, I was just saying that might require a discrepancy, but it's kind of more your realm.
Okay. It honestly depends on how we're providing the funding. Are we doing a support agreement, or is the city paying for it directly? It would be a support agreement? Okay. So we could get a PO pretty quickly for a support agreement. But it'll also depend on what that support agreement says as far as how we allocate the funding.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Do anybody have any more questions for Kristen, or good? Okay. Mr. Uyghur?
Thank you, Mayor. Family Promise owns this property currently?
No, it has not been purchased yet.
Okay. So we would invest in the property that we don't own?
No. Again, this is this is a CHOTO request to develop a conceptual plan to bring to you, which is authorized as approved funds under CHOTO. And then we would then come forward before anything happens and request funds, the CHOTO funds, to actually purchase and build said building. So
And
you
they
would
don't
see a-
require that to be purchased first?
No. You have up to, again, I think once this is approved, we have up to 4 years to find and build, or either find and build something brand new, or buy an existing structure and remodel before it quote-unquote becomes in violation. So this is just this is just a request of CHOTO funds to develop the plan for you before we come back to request the funds to do the actual construction. Once this is kind of developed, then we'll have an idea on date, how long it will take to build, the exact location, exact square footage, the exact anything and everything, 3D models, you name it, have all that stuff. And one point of kind of clarification, these items are broken out, and so they would not go just deposited into our operations. They would be, depending on how we set it up with the city, would either be a request we turn in to obtain the money later, or it would be set aside to give back if something were to happen. So let's take the HUD compliance consultant, for example, at $4,500. If something were to happen and this project didn't move forward, that money would be either given back or it would already be in your hands and would kind of disappear from us. It's kind of my understanding of how that would work. So it's just not like you're handing me a check today for 33 to go fund the operations of, and then hopefully come back and request you some money. So just point of clarification there.
Thank you.
Randy, did you have another question?
Not really a question. And again, it doesn't have to do with Family Promise or with all the things that have gone on recently. I just feel real icky about this. And I don't know the definition of the word icky, except that I feel like I'm going to be in court someday. And so I'm not going to be able to support it. Because at first glance, it's like, oh, it's just $33,000, and if we don't spend it, then it's not going to go away. That's still taxpayer money. It's still federal money that citizens of the United States have provided, and if we just flippantly say, well, we'll just hope that this works, I got a problem with that.
Was that a motion to deny?
That was a motion to deny.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? We have a motion on the floor to deny. Is there a second? Okay, the motion dies for a lack of a second. Discussion continues. Questions, anybody?
I just
Mr.
want to,
Epps?
yes, if I may, I just want to make sure I have a full understanding of this. if the money isn't spent, then the money goes back to HUD. That's a correct statement?
Yes.
Is there, this is another question, is there no other way, because I share some concerns, is there no other way to get a total cost of, I mean, it won't be exact, because I'm listening, but the hesitation is, it's a commitment of funds. You know, that's how I see it. If you have a commitment of funds, then you've inadvertently committed to the project without knowing the full cost of the project or what the potential cost could be. So knee-jerk reaction, I think, is to, yeah, let's hurry up and do something with the money so that it doesn't go back to HUD and we've utilized it towards something good. But it almost, for me, it almost feels rushed, and there's a lot of questions about, can we even do it? What type of commitment does this truly mean once we commit to paying that, et cetera? So I'm going around in kind of a circle, but is this the only way that you can come close to an estimate, is to pay for these fees up front to have an architecture come in and look at the property?
Yes. And again, my understanding of CHODO, which is limited, this approval only covers us to help develop a plan. It by no means says you are you're supporting, you're ready to go on the next step. And even if you deny, and I might be wrong, but this is based on how my understanding is, even if you denied our second step proposal, we would not be in violation of the use of said CHODO funds to develop the plan. Because like I said, once that clock starts, it's 4 years. So if we get denied on this, say, first plan, we come back with a second plan, we're still okay with HUD and we're not in violation. That's kind of my basic understanding of CHODO rules and regulations that we've been working through. Yes, Mr. Gill.
I've got two questions. I heard two different things. I heard you just say something about the money would go back to HUD if we didn't spend it, but the very fact you're asking for it means you're going to spend it. But secondly, Charlotte said earlier that it was a reimbursement, that technically this money's even already been spent.
Well, I would say...
Did I misunderstand that?
I apologize, Lily.
No, that's fine. Did I misunderstand that? It's already
No,
been
so
spent?
at least part of it has already been spent. I don't believe the HUD compliance officer and that piece of it, but I do believe that they've already gone out and had a structural engineer come out and look at the property.
So we couldn't pay it back even if we wanted to, all of it, right?
No.
So if we get to the point it comes back at $1 million or $1.5 million or even $2 million, then we'll either have to go forward at whatever that price is and or forfeit that money. Tell me where I'm wrong.
You mean forfeit the $33,000? Yes. And we're aware that the city would not be able to fund the entire project. So they would have to go out for grants and other monies other than what we have set aside.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Give me a little brief definition here of how these funds can be used. Can they be used, and can they be used for the day-to-day operations of the CHODO?
Yes, they can.
So we can award these funds
Yes.
to the CHODO, and we only have one,
Yes.
for day-to-day operations, and they can use it as a reimbursement contract. And I'm looking at two attorneys because I want to make sure, and a finance director, and I want to make sure I'm not suggesting something that disqualifies. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I personally am not sold on this project yet, okay?
Right.
But I am sold on what I saw at Family Promises open house, where they'd redone and remodeled and freshened everything, and they still didn't have everything taken care of. Apparently, the washing machine breaks down every other day. And So they still have needs, and what they were doing was very successful. I visited with some people, and I was very impressed with what I saw. And I am sold on what I see there. And there's 42,000 that's going to go back to HUD, right?
Yes.
And are you telling me that if somebody makes a motion to award this to them for operating funds, that we will have pumped that $42,000 into our homeless prevention plan? That's really what Family Promise is, isn't it? Homeless prevention, which I think is what we're all very interested in, which I think absolutely is what the Kids First Homeless Action Plan places as a #1 priority. And we wouldn't lose the 42,000, and we could help you. And if you wanted to spend your own 33,000 to get a building plan, you could. Am I right?
So we wouldn't be able to spend the full 42,000 on the operating costs. We are limited to 5% on the operating costs, but I just found that out the other day. But we would be able to combine several years in together to help lessen that load. Because if we don't spend all of the money, this year, our home grant will go down next year.
Okay, now we got to back up and explain to me better.
Okay.
Only 5% of the 42,000 can be used for operating?
Yes, I just found that out this week.
That we can combine several years? We have about 7 to 10 years backed up that we haven't awarded for some
Yes.
reason?
Yes.
I guess we haven't added Chodo.
No, they just became a Chodo last year.
Okay, so then you're talking about going ahead and taking the 5% off of those and give it to them, but that only helps with $2,000 or something.
And that's why the other items in the agreement, the $33,000 agreement, will assist in moving forward. And they're not all operating costs, so they'll assist with the plan. And so that's where we're asking for the agreement to be approved.
Charlotte, I'm confused because it says here operating expense fund budget, so that's under 33,000, so is that not all operating cost? I'm in the agreement. Page 2 of the agreement says operating expense funds budget 33,300.
So, and I'm not entirely sure why it was labeled that, but you've got, part of it's administrative costs, part of it's the HUD compliance consultant, the CPA financial oversight, because there are ways to help protect the city's money that they've gone out and done research and talked to OFA and HUD and all that, and then the architect and structural engineer and the survey.
Okay, I know my question.
Okay.
Is there a way to award this money to the Chodo, the 42,000 that's about to expire, without using it on this project that's been presented? Because I don't think the council's sold on the project.
I don't think there is.
What do you expect the decline in future grants for this purpose to be if we do not use it?
I'm not sure off the top of my head, sir. We'd have to do some research and figure out what HUD would say for that. So we'd have to do some digging on that, but we can get that information for you.
I don't know that we have time. Is this property under contract?
I'm sorry, what was
Is it
Is
under
the
contract?
property under contract?
Yes. But everything that, like the earnest money and stuff was donated, so we're okay.
I'm not sure what that means. That means they can't the contract won't expire before you have to do something? What does that mean?
Well, the original plan was hopefully to come back to you and propose the entire proposal, but we didn't have the full amount to get all of this stuff done. So we did have a contract on the property. Everything that goes into that, like getting the abstract up to date and the earnest money, was paid by donations. So even if we don't follow through with that agreement to purchase that exact property, we can still use the conceptual design that we're having developed on any property. The only thing additional is we'd have to add a parking lot and a new slab.
Okay. All right, thank you. Charlotte, can we award this $42,000, up to $42,000 reimbursement for the remodel they just completed?
I'm not entirely sure if we can or not.
Okay, what if we make a motion contingent upon legal approval to award up to $42,000 to reimburse them for the remodel they just completed and other capital costs, like a new washing machine, for instance? That way, we would pay for what's already done, theoretically. Kristen, you're looking at me. You think I'm legal? No, you don't think I'm legal? Is that what you said? Okay.
My question operationally, Kristen indicates we need a support agreement. We won't have a support agreement in place. That's another issue by the end of the week.
There's no way you're saying that we can administratively accommodate this by the end of the week. Okay, Mr. Warren.
The council is going to have to approve the support agreement, I think, and we won't have time to do that.
Mayor, if I may, I was just visiting with housing staff, and because the existing Family Promise is considered a PSO, even though the organization is considered a CHODO, the existing structure is a PSO, and so they would only qualify for CDBG funding at that location. Now, the agreement talks about either finding and building or finding existing 5 houses. And so we could move forward with the $42,000 for that piece and not specifically tie it back to 1308, where they could go out and look
Okay,
at
I got
purchasing.
lost in that original explanation of what your staff told you.
Okay, so the existing building, the existing Family Promise building on 17th Street is covered under the Public Service Organization side of it.
And because it's a PSO, you cannot use it as a...
Yeah, we cannot use the home funding for it. We could only use the CDBG, and this comes out of our home funding. But the agreement does allow us and allows Family Promise to go out and look for 5 houses that they could turn into their CHODO program, and then we wouldn't tie it directly back to 1308.
Charlotte, how will that be spent by the end of the week?
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Yeah.
I think the reality of the situation is, Randy, I'm not cutting you off, am I? I think the reality of the situation is this has just been too last minute to head towards those funds that are expiring. And it's got us in a situation where we're in a no-win situation. We're not going to be able to award it, get the contract complete, and disperse the funds in 3 days, and we just have to accept it and do a better job of planning going forward.
Sorry, may I speak real quick? Actually, it depends on when we date the contract. I can get the operational cost, like turn-in receipts for it and be redone on it, yeah.
I don't think that's something the council's interested in. I'm afraid that I just don't see, I'm open to somebody else's guidance, staff guidance or elected official guidance.
If we could figure out a way to do it and not tie it to what I'm going to call that albatross building, I mean, I think actually the money would be better spent, and I wouldn't have a problem with it.
I don't see how we can
I
do
don't
it.
think we have time to do any of
We
that.
can't meet the last-minute timetable.
Can
mean, legal,
If I may, Mayor? I
Yeah.
just want to make sure I have understanding one more time. Can you tell me again, how does this affect the future grants if we don't spend it?
So if the money goes back, our home funds will decrease next year because we've had to resend the Chodo funding back.
Do we have any idea as to how much it would decrease by, or?
Not at this time. I'd have to do some research into what their requirements are going to be. We never know, our numbers until usually May.
Okay.
So we just got the grant information officially this week for this fiscal year.
Mayor and council, I would add, because the city attorney brought up the support agreements, we do, it's not uncommon for a support agreement to, like, there's still authorities as of right now that don't have approved support agreements. So we do operate with some degree of uncertainty sometimes, and we operate how we did the prior fiscal year to make sure that we're not out of compliance. But a support agreement signed, sealed, and delivered is not something that we've always done before. So I will say that is, in other contexts, that has not been necessarily an obstacle.
I think with support agreements, we do have them for most of the authorities or the like LEDC, LEDA, or LEDA that we give money to. What's bothering me about this is over the last few years, we've had to give back, I want to say, several $100,000 to HUD. And, that's something the council has to consider when they're deciding this. And this is very last minute.
Mr. Uyghur, you have any input?
The only thing that stands out in my mind is right now my conscience is telling me do nothing in haste. I'm afraid I would probably make a motion to deny.
We have a motion to deny on the table. Is there a second? There is a second. Discussion. Please vote.
If you're abstaining, Councilman Williams, you need to say why.
I have a family member who works there, and there would be a personal interest, so therefore I'm abstaining. According to city charter.
Okay, you can abstain. Have you got all the votes in?
I do, but I have a question probably for Tim. So I have 4 yes to deny votes, which is not the majority. So what is the correct?
So you have 4 in favor, and then you have 4 to deny, and how many to not deny?
2.
2.
And 1 abstention.
That's a majority vote, so the deny passes.
Okay, deny passes. Item number 25, hold a public hearing and consider approving the amendment to the annual action plan for FFY 2025 and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the revised SF 424S and grant funding agreements for CDBG and home, along with any other documents necessary to implement the plan document. Charlotte.
Good evening again. So this is an amendment to our annual action plan. This was something that we told council we were going to bring back when we did the original amendment plan back in June. This is to add money to our project list for the homeless transportation program. We have it set at $10,000, but I believe there's going to be a request to raise it to $15,000. And then this will also add in the Griffin Planning agreement for help with our PSO metrics for a contract of up to $100,000.
Can somebody tell me how much we've spent to date since we started last November, I think it was?
I would say approximately $20,000.
Okay, why are we amending this at 10? And if I'm limited to a $5,000 floor amendment, why don't we just go back and change this to 25? Because I have an idea. I'm going to tell you, everybody I talk to tells me they're seeing new faces on the homeless that are on the street, that we're getting an influx of homeless, and I don't see this going down. Plus, I'm very much a supporter of it because this transportation project gets people to their families where they can be successful. So is my only option a floor amendment, or if we spend it, can we amend it again, or do we just need to go back and amend it one time for a larger amount?
We can amend it one time for a larger amount. We do currently have some money set aside for the program. Earlier this year, I allocated $10,000 for manager contingency funds, which we're currently using. So this amount would be a supplement to that. So that would get us close to the figure that you want to be at.
Well, I thought the goal was to tap into federal funds and not use our local funds.
It is.
It's certainly my goal.
But it would delay us.
How long would it delay us?
We would have to do another 30-day public notice period.
Okay, I think that's worth going to 25, and I might suggest 30. I've got to hold a public hearing. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on this item of CDBG and home modification, please come forward. Seeing none, I close the public hearing. Council, can I get a motion directing staff to redo this, raising the amount to $30,000?
I motion.
That's motion. Do I hear a second? Now, what'd you say, Donalyn? Yes, ma'am.
The 10,000 that we have right now, we could go ahead and use that, and then get the 30-day notice out and do an additional 15 instead of waiting for it to go back out for another 30 days. We'd have.
Is there any problem with doing two amendments?
No.
Are you okay with that? Okay, you amend your motion.
Amend my motion to
Accept and direct to amend again for a total of 30.
for a total of 30 years.
Okay, who is the second? Okay, are you okay with that motion then? And you're okay with that second? Discussion. Please vote. Thank you. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 26. Hold a public hearing, consider approving the amendment to the Consolidated Action Plan for FFY 2021 through 2025 and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the revised SF 424S and grant funding agreements for CDBG, along with any other documents necessary to implement the plan amendment. Charlotte? Sounds like the same item.
It is, yes. This is just for our 5-year consolidated plan, and just for the record, that was Christy Dement. She works in our housing development area.
Has she got I Love Lawton pin on?
Do you have an I Love Lawton pin? No.
We
She
take
feels
care
it
of
on her
that.
heart. So yeah, so this is a companion item, and after you vote, I would like to introduce our new Housing and Community Development Administrator so that everyone can know who he
Okay, at
is.
first I've got to open a public hearing, and so I'm going to open it. Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council, can I have a motion for approval? Motion for approval and a second. Discussion? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, now we're going to jump to the
Sir.
other items concerning homeless, and we're going to go to item 42.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I introduce?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
I'm
okay.
sorry, go ahead.
So as most of you are aware, Gary Brooks left us back in July, so Robert Burns is our new Housing and Community Development Administrator. He came to us from the Planning Department. He's been in the role about a month now, and he is learning something new every day.
And he
All
needs
right.
a pen also, right?
I gave her two, so she'll share one over to him. So, yes, so if you guys need anything, you can reach out to me, but we also have Robert that's available for questions as well.
All right, great. And you're getting all up to speed on all the rules. There's a lot, aren't they? Anything with the federal government works that way. So, all right, I'm going to be praying for you. Thank you. You got an I Love Lawton pen? Okay. All right. Okay, now we're going to go to item 42, discuss artificial intelligence and CDBG homelessness reduction plan for Lawton residents and take action as deemed necessary. Council, I put this on here. We actually discussed it in and I'm going to assume that you've all read it. We discussed it in a homeless action committee. The council, we didn't take action on it, but the council members that are the voting members of the committee seem to be very supportive of the general idea of it. It has a few components while it does break down and make recommendations how you spend the money. To me, the key component is involved where we basically ask artificial intelligence, ChatGPT, how do we build a homeless action plan using our CDBG and home funds without attracting more homeless? Now, the reason for that is every community I know of that's come up with a homeless action plan has increased their homelessness. And in a discussion with Captain Brindley of the Salvation Army, he said if you build 1,000-bed shelter, you're going to attract more than 1,000. Whatever you're building and supplying will not be enough, and you increase it, you're going to attract more people. Now, I'm going to tell you, when we did the no camping on municipal ordinance, there was a little bit of a lull. But then when we started the deal with Salvation Army, the image is, even though we can only handle 50 people, the image is that we've got something for homeless, and I think everybody I talk to says they're seeing more and more and new faces. And we know that we had 4 dropped off from Tulsa last week. Now, that doesn't mean that was all that was dropped off. We just know of 4 because they showed up at the Salvation Army. And the other, so idea number 1 is only allow your CDBG and home funds when you award them to these different organizations, whether CHODOs or public service organizations or whatever, you only allow that money to be used on people that have a connection to Lawton. Whether they went to school here, have a previous address here, or family here, we have to decide that. One of the things on there was a registration to vote. I wouldn't want to do that because anybody can go down and register to vote. The other key component is don't add to your shelter space. If you add to the shelter space, you're going to attract people. Just like Captain Brindley said, whatever you build isn't going to be enough. I'm not interested in that. And I'm not talking to people that are interested in attracting homeless. Now, I need a little input, and what I'm looking for here is this the way you guys want to go? And you give me guidance, and we will be amending our homeless action plan. Ms. Williams.
Mayor, I want to comment, I was talking to one of my constituents the other day, and I'm going to say exactly what the constituent said to me. She said, I woke up early one morning. She worked for Lawton Public Schools. She drives the bus, school bus. And she said, there I stood, coming out of my door, and she said, there stood a gentleman with his pants down, pooping and urinating in the middle of the road. She said, it's terrible when I do not feel safe in my own neighborhood. I was out yesterday going through some of my areas. There I spotted a homeless person squatting in a vacant home and destroying a homeowner's home. Now, we've had the dilapidated and D&D, where people's houses go on the D&D list. And some of the citizens have come before council, and they said, this is what some of them said, my home has been destroyed by some of the homeless individuals. So to me, the homeless situation has gotten out of control. It's causing some people their homes that they work for and have maintained their entire lives to try to keep their property. But we have some homeless individuals who are going in these vacant homes and destroying the homes. So there's something that has to be done. This has to cease. I don't want to see the taxpayers' money being wasted. They need to get a job and work like everybody else works. My first job, I was 6 years old. I was throwing newspapers. I always wanted some money. Guess what? I have some money because that was that was instilled in me. My grandmother, she was a good example. She was an entrepreneur, so very young, watching my grandmother. So some people are healthy enough to go get a job. But like I say, this homeless situation to me, it's gotten out of control.
Okay, so I want to apologize to you. I called on you before I let citizens that signed up speak, so I apologize that I did that. And I'm going to let other council members speak. I'm going to read this statement that Captain Brindley sent me, and then I'm going to call on two citizens that signed up. This is a statement from Captain Brian Brindley, Salvation Army Lawton Corps officer. I was recently asked whether there's a correlation between the increase in community resources and the attraction of those who are in need. The answer is obvious. Yes, there's a direct correlation. Anyone with experience at distributing community resources, whether food, utilities, rent assistance, clothing, household goods, or other government handouts, understands this reality. Those of us who provide these resources in hopes of changing lives are constantly faced with the challenge of dealing with those who are looking for long-term sustainability. The balance between offering help and creating long-term generational dependence has always been a tension in this country. As handouts increase, so do the administration costs, leaving less time, energy, and capacity for the transformational work, thus leading to a sustainability service. Hand it out and move on to the next person. Managing resource distribution responsibly is essential if we want to promote real change. The Salvation Army wants to be known as a change ministry, not a sustaining ministry. Lawton must not become known as a sustaining community. We must be strategic and honest about the amount of resources and the impact we are having. Otherwise, we risk having a reputation for attracting dependency instead of being known as a community of opportunity. And with that, I want to remind everybody, council and audience, it is not the City of Lawton's responsibility, it is not a municipal function to house people. That is not our function. Our function is primarily public safety. Now with that, I'm going to call on David Reeves to come up, who signed up to speak on this. Jerry Hernshire signed up to speak on homeless. I'm going to ask you to speak on after Mr. Reeves, okay? And I've already got your addresses here, so David, you got 3 minutes.
How about now? There we go. In the interest of transparency, I would like to suggest that the prompt data which led to the formation of this document be entered into the public record for the benefit of those invested in this technology. And I would also just like to caution that when it comes to legal citations, generative AI and large language models have a pretty bad record right now, with over 100 cases of being affected by misattributions or fictitious citations in court filing over the last 2 years. The most recent and largest monetary sanction applied for that sort of mistake is $10,000 earlier this month in the District of California. And that's it. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to reassure everybody, everything we do, AI is not the end result. Our legal department is the end result before we move forward with anything. And they haven't always agreed with artificial intelligence. So, but thank you for coming. Jerry, you want to come on up?
Thank you. I want to elaborate on what Councilperson Williams was talking about. As a citizen, I'm really concerned about it because it's put such a blight on our community. It's put a strain on our charitable agencies, particularly our churches, and it's really causing a financial strain on them. The homelessness has had an effect on our hospital too. They're just flooded, especially on weekends, and they can't even house all of them in the rooms that they have. It causes a real concern with citizens when they go shopping. I've heard a lot of females talk about the fact that they're scared to walk from the store to the car, and because they're always hit up by the homeless. The thefts in the shoplifting in our stores is causing a tremendous increase in prices that we all have to pay. Stores can't do much about it because they don't have the personnel to, well, one, they have a legal concern about it, and they don't have the personnel to file the report and go to court. And so what they do is just mark up the price to cover the losses. Another thing is the shopping carts you see all over town. Those run about $233 a piece, and they're having to mark up merchandise to cover that as well. The homeless hit our abandoned houses, causing fires, and that's costing a lot for not only landowner, but for our city and our budgets. So
Anyway, I was just want to express the concern that we all have as citizens, so I'm looking forward to any kind of progress we can make towards addressing this. Thank you.
All right, thank you for coming. Okay, council, once again, this is about really two things to me. One is, do we want to put into our homeless action plan that our CDBG and home funds go for individuals with a connection to Lawton? And do we want to put into our CDBG home plan that while we invest to improve shelter space, we do not expand shelter space at this time? And that's what I need to know from you guys. Any other comments you want on this? I think everybody knows we cannot handle all the homeless that we're attracting. We do not have enough federal funds. We don't have enough local funds.
Mayor, may I ask a question? How do we determine whether or not they have a connection to Lawton? Because a lot of homeless, they don't have identification, so how do you determine?
Well, we have organizations that help them get their ID, and until then, no money is spent on them. But the Catholic Charities helps people get their IDs, and I don't think they're the only ones. So until they can show that, they're not, the organizations can still serve them. They just can't use our CDBG and home funds, okay? Lane, did you have a question?
Yeah, isn't the objective to decrease the number of homeless, okay, correct? Okay, and then what's the best steps that we can take as a city to make it not a great place for them to come or to even leave? I know, think bus tickets are an outstanding way to do it. I don't know who came up with that idea, but I think it's a great idea. But, you know, still in all, going by what the fellow said at the, with the charity, the question is, you know, if you build more, yeah, they'll come. That sounds like something from an old movie, but it's true. The more you hand it out, you know, the more people will come up and ask for it.
So in answer to your question, I do think these are two components that we need to add to our toolbox to only use our funds for citizens that have a connection, which will be fine by the time we bring this back for approval. And of course, the council can make floor amendments if I don't like the way we present the definition. And that we have a policy that we do not add to our shelter space with our CDBG and home. Somebody's still free to build it, but they wouldn't be allowed to use our CDBG and home funds. So while I don't think it's everything, I also think the next agenda item is important because it is an ordinance that will require anybody that is camping in the city limits to have the written permission of the property owner. Right now, the situation we have is people trespass onto property and our law enforcement can't do anything about it until they find the owner, which is many times out of town, get a trespassing form signed, which is only good for 1 year, and it will cut that down where the police are able to address it immediately. It'll help protect public safety and property rights. And why public safety? Because everywhere you see those tents, they're not far from children. And we've got to provide safe and clean neighborhoods. So I hope I've answered your question. I no way and think this is the total answer. Okay? Mr. Epps.
Mayor, I appreciate that, how you just explained that. And I think that I've got a couple of thoughts, three in particular. One, I do support this. Two, it sounds like we're beating up the homeless. And what I would say is that that's not the case. I think that everybody has a role to play in this very complex, in troubling situation. And what I mean by everybody is, you know, the mayor laid out very clearly the role and the responsibility of the city, right, which is public safety. And so we look at this, I think, through the lens of public safety and how do we ensure that we're doing that to the best of our capability. The second piece to it is that there is an effort, there is an ongoing effort through our local nonprofits on how do we get them to collaborate together. That's an ongoing thing. So, I say to the citizens, don't think that it's not being addressed. It's just that everyone has to kind of fulfill their roles as we address this extremely complex problem, because it's not a cut and dry issue.
If I can, just a minute, I just remembered this slide. City manager was in a breakout session or a class in Oklahoma City about homelessness, and the lady that we have hired to write our next 5-year plan for CDBG and home, Dr. A.J. Griffin, is it Griffin or Griffith? Griffin, put this up, and John took a picture of it and sent it to me, and you can see that public policy is the furthest thing away from what's going to help restore somebody. Now, we're using public policy, buying bus tickets to get people closer to their family to affect the inner circle. So the community has a job, and the city has a job. And the city's job is public safety, and the community's job is restoring lives or whatever the community wants it to be. Then you've got the schools and organizations, and then the close family network down to the individual. And so I wanted you to see this, that it's important that we get people back to their home, and because the family they've adopted on the street is not going to do an intervention, okay? It's not going to happen. But it's also important to note there are 3 other layers before you get to public policy of people that can have it. We're not going to solve the state or the country's problems by attracting more homeless here. Now, with that, I'll open it back up for comment. Mr. Gill?
You were speaking about, on item 42, spending the CDBG money only for people that have some sort of a title lot, and then you had another, you made another comment.
No using CDBG or home funds to add shelter capacity. In other words, it could be used for improvement, but not adding capacity. You follow?
Okay. Yeah, I was wanting to make a motion so we could move this. Can we talk on this? Sure. Yeah, I'll hold it. Go right ahead.
You can talk after a motion's made too, but go ahead.
I was just going to start the. Thank you, Mayor. It's not a big deal. I put a lot of time and effort in this. This issue is not a isolated issue. Everybody in this country is dealing with this. Here in Lawton, we have taken a different approach, I think, as I see it. I've torn down a lot of houses in Ward 5 because of this homeless problem, a lot of fires, and a lot of danger. We just tore down a little homeless community that there were 20 people in or something. One of the ladies is getting ex-military. She's getting $3,500 a month, but she wants to live in this kind of situation. They talk about high barrier and low barrier, and I'm probably not as intelligent as some of them, and so I break it down more this way. There's people that are in poverty. Over at the Patterson Center, we used to feed over there, and there were people there that had vehicles, had houses and everything, but they didn't have anything to eat. And they would come and have food, and they would tell me that was the only meal that they were going to have that day. Those people are in poverty. They're not really homeless, but it seems like lately we've bleeded those people into our homeless community.
you know, those are not the people that are going and stealing things and committing crimes and breaking into houses. It is those people that are chronically homeless, those people that you see on the street that everybody's complaining about. And those are the people that I think that we're dealing with. In Ward 5, I've been working with the Salvation Army specifically because the theft, all the just blatant, unsafe things that community of people are bringing to my ward is just astronomical. I have dealt with all of them, and it seems that I agree with the mayor that we don't need to make more places for the homeless to stay, because these people don't even know how to be responsible to take care of a house, to pay their bills, and to take care of those things. These people have mental problems, drug problems, alcohol problems. Those are the people that are causing the problem in our community. And, you know, those people that are helping with poverty, helping people that have made bad decisions that need to get back into responsible lifestyles. They have children, they have other things. Those are not the people that I believe that we as council people have to deal with, because they're not the ones that are out there breaking the laws. I call those homeless people in my ward my constituents because they live in my ward, and I have to deal with them because they have to live alongside of all the other people in my ward that are constantly dealing with that. The answer is not like some other communities is, and I agree with the mayor, that you build more places for them. We had a presentation of one of the people in our community that were allowing these type of homeless people to rent houses. They showed us pictures of the houses where they had to evict them because they were not paying their bills and they were not being responsible. That is not the answer to build houses for them. The answer is to get them some type of help to help them bring their lives back together. They're working, they can be responsible human beings that can pay their bills, that can bathe themselves, that can interact with the rest of us in our community. If they live in our community, they have to follow the same rules that we live by, or else we're not going to be a community, or else we live the way they live. It just is not going to work because it's polarized. They're breaking the law. A business in town, $20,000 in 1 year they lost. They were letting people take merchandise, pick it up, and walk out the store. Watch them walk out the store. And some of us kind of tried to help them and did help them with that problem. One of the things that we're trying to do with the Salvation Army is to try to get them back to their families, get them back to a support system, but also get them into resources like mental health and drug and alcohol. The Salvation Army has resources like that we are replacing people. Those people go to that tent city, and at a certain point, I think it's like 7 days or something, they have to make a decision if they're going to go somewhere to get help. And there are resources that we are building over in that section. Is it going to cure the problem? No, not totally, but it is getting people help, getting them, he places them outside of the Lawton community so that they're not around their core group here in town that's enabling them to do the things that they're doing, and that's to be dependent on drugs and alcohol. We have to begin to spend money in our community to try to help these people regain their life back, because they have no life. And I think the mayor is correct. Mayor, you have said that, and Brinley and I have, Captain Brinley and I have talked about this, you build more resources, then you're going to call more people to come here. Do we want to stop people to come here because of the mere fact that they're homeless and they're causing problems? That's a part of it, a small part of it. The big part of it is we need to have the resources to then take care of them when they come, which we're barely having the resources now to take care of the ones that are here. So I think that as you look at this homeless problem personally yourself, you need to think of people that are in poverty, and you need to think of people that have went past poverty and now are chronically homeless and can't even help themselves. just real quickly, we were at we were called together, the mayor and I, the city manager, police chief. We all went to a business and talked to some business people that were having problems. And those people were having problems like the homeless would stop their customers from leaving unless they gave them some money and threatened them. Problems that most people don't even hear about. We have answers. It is no doubt that we have answers, and we have had meetings with different people in town to try to deal with this problem. But I agree with the mayor that we can't use our funding to build more places for homeless until we have a plan to be able to help those that we have. Like I said, not to get them out, but to help them to be responsible. You see a person walking down the street in the middle of the street like they want to get hit. That person's got some problems. Do we need to help them? Yes, we do, and we need to find a place to help them. I got you, Mayor. This is just a real passionate thing for me because I've really had to really dig deep to try to deal with this. And just real quickly, I have one of my neighborhood services group that has put together a nonprofit organization in one of my areas to try to see what they can do to have more houses built back into their community because of the amount of houses that we've tore down because they've burnt. Thank you, Mayor.
I have a motion. I got a motion. I have a motion. I motion that the CDBG funds be connected for citizens that has a connection to Lawton and do not add our shelter base with CDBG funds for the safety of the citizens.
And update the Kids First Homeless Action Plan.
Yes.
Okay, who's going to second it? Okay. Discussion. Thank goodness. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 43. Council, I want to tell you this is about the same discussion. I'm going to read it, but the faster you pass this, the faster we take a break. Consider approving an ordinance creating Section 1632 and Article 16.3, Chapter 16, Lawton City Code 2015, and creating Section 1632.201, 1632.202, 1632.203, 1632.204, 1632.205, 1632.206, 1632.207, and said division for the purpose of protecting public health, safety, and welfare by prohibiting unauthorized camping, providing for the removal of unattended personal property, defining certain terms, providing for enforcement and penalties, regulating the storage of certain personal property recovered from public property within city limits, providing for an administrative appeal process for property removal, providing for exceptions, providing for coordination with social services, repealing and reserving Section 16.3.1, 326 of Division 16.3.1, Article 16.3, Chapter 16, Lawton City Code 2015, providing for severability, codifying, and declaring emergency.
Mayor,
Mr. Gill.
I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Discussion. Please vote. Oh, read the title.
Yeah, and Mayor, this will also have to vote on the
Okay.
emergency, so it'll be two
All right.
votes. An ordinance pertaining to offenses and crimes creating Division 16-3-2 in Article 16-3, Chapter 16, Lawton City Code 2015, creating Section 16.32201, 16.32202, 16.32203, 16.32204, 16.32205, 16.32206, and 16.32207 in said division for the purpose of protecting public health, safety, and welfare by prohibiting unauthorized camping, providing for the removal of unattended personal property, defining certain terms, providing for enforcement and penalties, regulating the storage of certain personal property recovered from public property within city limits, providing for administrative appeal process for property removal, providing for exceptions, providing for coordination with social services, repealing and reserving Section 16.3.1326 in Division 16.3.1, Article 16.3, Chapter 16, Lawton City Code 2015, providing for severability, codification, declaring emergency.
Please vote.
Mayor, you want to
You
declare
can go-
emergency?
you can go ahead and make your,
Make a motion to declare emergency.
Well,
Take-
we got to do two votes, though.
Okay.
Sorry.
he's
just
making
voted,
the
won't we?
motion so we can roll right
This is a-
into it. We have a motion to declare emergency on the item we're voting on. There is a second. We'll vote in a minute. Motion carries. Now let's vote on the emergency.
Mayor, it's not showing, but that passed 7-0. Passed 7-0, but it's not wanting to pull up.
Okay. The emergency motion passes 7-0. We're going to take a 10-minute break. That is 8:24, council, 8:24. 1 minute, 1 minute. Are you ready? Council, please take your seat. Item number 27, an ordinance amending personnel policy. But, you know, before I start reading these, council, these are all pretty much just kind of housekeeping. I didn't see anything in them, any other. So, since we want to get out here before 11, maybe if it's not important, we don't say it. An ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, section 1713-127, division 1713, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying the amount of time an employee must give before separation from employment to be eligible for rehire, removing language that allowed leave to be taken during the notice of separation timeframe, providing for severability and establish an effective date. Craig.
This section specifically just changed the time of a notice of separation to 30 calendar days for executive employees and 14 calendar days instead of 2 weeks for general employees. And it also took out the verbiage that said that an employee could take leave time to satisfy that notice of separation. Now they will not be able to take leave during that time.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
We have a second. Please read the title.
An ordinance amending personnel policy and procedures, section 1713-127, division 1713, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying the amount of time an employee must give before separation from employment to be eligible for rehire, removing language that allowed leave to be taken during the notice of separation timeframe, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Wow. We gave that some steroids or something, didn't we? Item number 28, an ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, section 1714-440, division 1714, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by amending the notice time a general employee shall provide prior to separation from service, by adding that if an employee submits a notice of separation for a specific date, management may shorten the time for the good of the service, renumbering the section of code to correspond to the numbering where it belongs, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
This is another section of code that referenced 2 weeks notice of separation for general employees. So we once again had to change this to 14 calendar days and executive level employees to 30 calendar days. We also added that if an employee gives their 30-day or 14-day notice, that the manager has the option of accepting that resignation immediately, and employment will cease, and that's for good of the service, whatever there's people that may work here that's in very sensitive positions, and that just gives the manager the authority.
Mr. Gill. Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance amending personnel policy and procedures, section 1714-440, division 1714, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by amending the notice time given a general employee shall provide prior to separation from service, by adding that if an employee submits a notice of separation for a specific date, management may shorten the time for the good of the service, renumbering this section of code to correspond with the number where it belongs, providing for severability and establishing effective date.
Please vote. Wow, 7-0. My wow, by the way, was how fast it was. An ordinance amending personnel policies in, item 29, an ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, section 17-16167, division 17-16, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015 by correcting code to reference general employee instead of executive employee as it pertains to the pay plan, provide for severability, and establish an effective date. Give us the Reader's Digest.
This was an error in code referencing the wrong pay plan, and we fixed that.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance amending personnel policy and procedures, section 17-13167, division 17-13, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by correcting code to reference general employee instead of executive employee as it pertains to the pay plan, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Seven to zero. Item 30, an ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, section 17-16163, division 17-16, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying code and the meaning of immediately prior to separation of city employment, adding a paragraph stimulating the forfeiture of unused sick leave if proper notice was not given, renumbering of specific paragraphs due to the addition, provided for severability, and establish effective date. Craig.
This just put a definition of what immediately prior to separation from city employment meant, and that is now the notice of separation time. Also, sick leave, it specifies that sick leave is not authorized during the notice of separation time. However, the manager can waive that due to a serious medical condition. And it mostly added that if an employee fails to give the proper notice of separation notice, that they forfeit any accrued sick leave, not counting historical sick leave that they had on the books.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance amending personnel policy and procedures, section 17-16163, division 17-16, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by clarifying code and the meaning of immediately prior to separation from city employment, adding a paragraph stipulating the forfeiture of unused sick leave if proper notice was not given, renumbering the specific paragraphs due to the addition, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Seven to zero. Item 31, an ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, section 17-17173, division 17-17, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by amending code to say that a witness will be present and if an employee is issued a written warning or written reprimand, specifying the time frame in which an employee suspension must start, amending the process that must be followed to discipline an employee with either suspension, demotion, or termination, adding a section pertaining to merit step increases after being suspended or demoted, provided for severability, and establish effective date. Craig.
This is just changing the procedures on warnings, reprimands, suspensions, demotions, and terminations.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance amending personnel policy and procedures, section 17-17173, division 17-17, article 17-1, chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by amending code to say that a witness will be present if an employee is issued a written warning or written reprimand, specifying the time frame in which an employee's suspension must start, amending the process that must be followed to discipline an employee with either suspension, demotion, or termination, adding a section pertaining to merit step increases after being suspended or demoted, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Passed 7-0. Item 32, an ordinance amending personnel policies and procedures, Section 17-16168, Division 17-16, Article 17-1, Chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by amending code to say that an employee that submits to a random drug screen or a for-cause drug screen whose results are reported as positive will be placed on administrative leave without pay pending a meeting and will remain on said leave pending any disciplinary action that may be taken, provided for severability and established an effective date. Craig?
This just clarifies code now that if an employee has a positive drug test reported at us, they will be placed on administrative leave without pay until such time that the case is finished.
Mr. Gill?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance amending personnel policy and procedures, Section 17-16168, Division 17-16, Article 17-1, Chapter 17, Lawton City Code 2015, by amending code to say that an employee that submits to a random drug screen or a for-cause drug screen whose results are reported as positive will be placed on administrative leave without pay pending a meeting and will remain on said leave pending any disciplinary action that may be taken, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Okay, now we're going to come on to some here that have to do with lakes and recreation. I want to clarify, these all have been through the Lakes and Land Commission and have been recommended for passage. Is that right? Okay. We want Reader's Digest version, okay? Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to recreation, amending Section 19.3302, Article 19.3, Chapter 19 of the Lawton City Code 2015, relating to fishing permits required by changing the age requiring a permit to fish Lawton Lakes, Ellsworth, and Latonka from 16 to 18, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Kelvin?
Yes, sir. Mayor, councilmen and women, city manager. Again, then what this policy does do is it puts us in line with the state Oklahoma Department of Wildlife. So this is just puts us in line with that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to recreation amending Section 19.3302, Article 19.3, Chapter 19, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to fishing permits required by changing the age requiring a permit to fish Lawton Lakes, Ellsworth, and Latonka from 16 to 18, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Seven to zero, bringing up item 34. Consider approving an ordinance pertaining to recreation, amending Section 19.2207, Article 19.2, Chapter 19 of the Lawton City Code 2015, relating to water sports, boating license expiration to the end of the calendar year, providing for severability and establishing an effective date. Jim?
The current code has a boat license expiration date from the date of purchase, which makes it difficult for law enforcement to determine by looking at the boat if they've got a 25 sticker, what month they purchased in. This reverts it back to calendar year, so a 25 sticker is good until December 31.
Thank you. Mr. Gill?
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to recreation amending Section 19.2207, Article 19.2, Chapter 19, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to water sports and boating by changing boat license expiration to the end of the calendar year, providing for severability and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up item 35. an ordinance pertaining to recreation, amending Section 19.6.606, Article 19.6, Chapter 19, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to golf carts and land recreation vehicles, permitting by changing golf cart land recreational vehicle permit expiration to the end of the calendar year, restricting golf cart access on the road, serving the ponds, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date. Jim?
This is the same as the boat permit. The golf cart permit would revert back to calendar year, so drive-by officers would see the calendar year. The second part, restricting golf carts across the ponds, is our tent camping area with gravel roads. There's really no purpose for golf carts to be in that area. They don't bring their golf carts with them. And the last part, I guess those are the only two.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance pertaining to recreation, amending Section 19.6.606, Article 19.6, Chapter 19, Lawton City Code 2015, relating to golf carts and land recreational vehicles, permitting by changing golf cart land recreational vehicle permit expiration to the end of the calendar year, restricting golf cart access on the road serving the ponds, providing for severability, and establishing an effective date.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 36, consider approving an ordinance modifying the title to Article 20-2, modifying sections 22-202 through 22-207, 22-209, 22-210, and 22-212, and creating section 22-212.1, Article 20-2, Chapter 20, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to excavating and/or boring within street right-of-ways or public easements, including paving cuts, by requiring a paving cut excavation boring permit for such work, providing for severability and codification. Christie.
Yes, this ordinance is in reflection from the fire companies. This code will require anyone who bores in the street right-of-way or easement to obtain a permit, so we can keep record of those activities.
Mr. Mayor, this is a very good ordinance. I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, and the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance modifying the title of Article 22, modifying sections 22-202 through 22-207, 22-209, 22-210, 22-212, and creating section 22-212.1, Article 22, Section 20, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to excavating and/or boring within street rights-of-ways or public easements, including paving cuts, and requiring a paving cut excavation boring permit for such work, providing for severability and codification. And then the effective date on this, if passed, would be 30 days after passage.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bring up item 37, consider approving an ordinance creating 663, creating Division 663, Article 66, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, and creating sections 663-601, 663-602, 663-603, 663-604, 663-605, 663-606, 663-607, and 663-608 in said division, establishing that an excavation/boring contractor's registration is required to obtain a paving cut excavation boring permit, providing for severability and codification. Christie.
In order to get excavation or boring permit, that contractor would need to register with the city so we can keep track of their insurance and, again, know who's in our right-of-way.
Mr. Mayor, another excellent ordinance. I move to approve this ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance creating Division 663, Article 66, Chapter 6, Lawton City Code 2015, and creating sections 663601, 663602, 663603, 663604, 663605, 663607, 663606, 606, here, go back, and 663608 in said division, establishing that an excavation boring contractor's registration is required to obtain a paving, cut, excavation, boring permit, providing for severability and codification, and the effective date would be 30 days after passage.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 38, consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, and Appendix B, Bond Schedule, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to Article A22, Chapter 20, Paving, Cuts, and Excavation, by adding a fee for boring permits under or within street right-of-way or public easements, establishing a fee in Article A66 pertaining to contractor's registration by creating an annual and renewal fee for such registration, and establishing a surety bond amount for excavation boring contractors by creating Article B663605. Christie.
I think the title covers it.
Mr. Mayor, I think this is another excellent ordinance. I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
It's a resolution.
not an ordinance, so I don't have to read it.
Oh, they didn't.
You're kidding.
It's a resolution.
It's a resolution. Well, same thing goes.
All right, let's vote.
Let's vote on it, yes. Unless there's discussion.
Are we voting? Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 39, we're back to an ordinance. Consider approving an ordinance modifying section 24402, 24403, and 24405, Article 24, and rescinding Figure 1, Chapter 20, Lawton City Code 2015, by pertaining to 2015, pertaining to revocable communication cable and pipeline permit, by updating where such permits are applied for, and modifying that the revocable permit is for an indefinite term until said permit is terminated or revoked, providing for severability. Christie.
This kind of puts in line this revocable permit with other revocable permits that the city has. Council-approved revocable permit, administrative revocable permits. Those encroachments are allowed to stay until we revoke that permit. So this is just changing the language to be in line with the rest of those. Easier to track.
Mr. Mayor, I move to approve the ordinance, waive the reading of the ordinance, read the title only.
Please read the title.
An ordinance modifying sections 24402, 24403, 24405, Article 24, and rescinding Figure 1, Chapter 20, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to revocable communications, cable, and pipeline permit by updating where such permits are applied for, and modifying that the revocable permit is for an indefinite term until said permit is terminated or revoked, providing for severability. If passed, would effective date be 30 days after passage.
Christie, please vote. I got lost. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 40, consider approving a resolution amending Appendix A, Schedule of Fees and Charges, Lawton City Code 2015, pertaining to Article 24, Chapter 20, Revocable Communications, Cable and Pipeline Permit, by modifying that the annual fee is a use fee and not a review fee, and by establishing an inspection fee for any requested or required inspection outside of the initial construction. Christie.
I think the title pretty much covers it. Here to answer questions.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve this resolution.
We have a second. We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 41. Consider suspending approvals of new fiber installation from any company that has not submitted surveyed record as-built drawings for review and approval in accordance with their agreement permit. And also consider rescinding any approvals for fiber installation that is yet to be installed until such time the required surveyed record as build drawings have been submitted and approved. Christie.
Yeah, this would just give staff a little bit of teeth if there's a fiber company that has not fulfilled their agreement by submitting record drawings for their locations. We would be able to stop approvals or stop any new installation until they're current with their agreement.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve.
Is there a second? Would you have a second? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 4, discuss section 7 of Council Policy 106 as it relates to committees. Take action as deemed necessary. And Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor and council, I'm gonna read this really quick. I took all my time to type it, so.
Okay.
That way I won't ramble, maybe. There's a core problem with the way that we do appointments, because what happens is you could serve your whole first term and not get to pick any of your appointments. So you're actually at the mercy of your previous council person's appointments. And they'll end up serving under multiple different officials. It matters because the citizens elected you, not your predecessor. And the whole point is that a lot of that work that we vote on here gets taken care of in committees and authorities and in places like that. So you're limited on what you get to vote on because of committees and such things like that. So you should be able to appoint the people that belong on those committees. It also protects new council people. There's been situations where citizen groups or citizens of the community have put pressure on new council people to try to keep an appointment there that they didn't get an opportunity to make. It's like, you know, and so this will fix that, hopefully. I've got two options. What my motion will eventually be is to direct staff to bring back an actual ordinance that will cover most of the items and also a policy. And the ordinance portion of that is because that makes it a legally binding and gives guidance to the administration. It ensures public input on all appointments, provides a stronger legal foundation for enforcement. It ensures appointment reforms have a lasting impact beyond just a single tenure. I think it's just a good plan. It doesn't hurt anybody. It doesn't cause a problem anywhere. The policy portion of it basically I would want it to say that the city council will not receive any nominations or make any appointments of any appointee that has served on the same board, commission, committee, authority, or any other appointed position for more than 9 consecutive years without laying off for a term of 3 years. In other words,
don't we consider you appointed?
Yes.
Okay, so I don't like adding or any other appointed position. Can you strike that? I think it has the same effect. You said any other appointed position.
You also have 10 years appointments on the redistricting committee, too. 10 years on the redistricting committee. Those guys serve for 10 years.
And I think that may be...
it's not going to hurt anything. It's not really talking about an appointment up here. It's talking about an appointment to a committee or a commission or
A board.
a board or
Yeah.
something like that. It's not really talking about us. But we
Councilman Warren, if it's helpful, we can call the board appointees nominees, since that's actually what they are to the council members.
Okay. And I think that will take care of that. And then the proposed ordinance basically just says that the terms of, and it's got a lot of language in there because you have to be able to time everything right, but the appointees follow the appointer or the nominator.
The elected official.
Yeah, the elected official. So if you lose, your appointees basically are finished at the end of that term. Then the person that replaces you gets to fill those seats either with the same people if they want to, as long as they haven't served more than 9 years. But it gives us the opportunity to fill all those positions. I would make a motion that we direct staff to create that policy and that ordinance and bring it back at the next meeting.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a friendly amendment, because tonight you had board appointments pulled to be discussed. The citizen left before they were discussed. I don't think we need to be discussing people and having people objected to. The council member appointed them, only elected officials should be. I'm going to ask you to add to your motion that we add to the policy that it will not be pulled for discussion. Board appointments or board nominations will not be pulled for discussion, maybe other than by council members. Maybe that would be the way to go.
I would make that amendment.
And you take that as your second? Okay. Discussion? Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up item 2, receive a presentation from staff on specialized traffic warning signs. Michael. Is that on?
Now it is.
Yeah.
Good evening, Council. Tonight I have a presentation regarding specialized traffic warning signs. This met the Streets and Bridges Committee last week, and we were asked to brief Council on it. No action is requested on this item. This is just for informational use only. Gentlemen, do you have the slides? Okay. They're on the agenda item. Sorry. I'll go ahead and get started while we wait for the slides to begin. So the purpose of this is to basically discuss non-regulated signs. So we have the Streets and Bridges and Building Development Committee has no plans to deny these types of signs in the future. This is still going to be, a council member will still be able to request them, and City Council still has the approval to install those signs. Again, this is just information only to ensure that informed decisions are made by council. Background, so some of the signs that we're specifically talking about are children at play, autistic child, blind child, and deaf child signs. These types of signs are not approved in the MUTCD, which is the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. City Code currently does require us to use the MUTCD. Ultimately, because these signs are not in the MUTCD, they're not really enforceable. There's no regulation that goes along with them. And because there's no, sorry, back it up. Because it's not in the MUTC, there is no specific laws or regulations that govern them. So for example, we could have an autistic child sign up or a children at play sign up in a neighborhood. There is no regulation that says that people will slow down during these signs. They just basically are there to serve as a warning to the public. We do have some potential legal liabilities when it comes to these types of signs as well, and we'll discuss those real quick. So as mentioned, there is no standard that exists for these types of signs. It's not in the MUTCD. There's not a standard sign for these. You can kind of see what we're talking about up in here. They're typically going to be strongly discouraged in the MUTCD. because they do not specify location, they do not provide actionable information to a driver, and it relies on an emotional appeal rather than a clear traffic control standard. This is what our current city code and MUTCD says. Ultimately, again, these signs are not enforceable. There's no legal basis. There's lack of a clear meaning, and there is currently, there's no requirements to renew these signs. So families can move, children can become adults, which negate for the need for these signs, and these signs just stay up currently. Multiple studies have shown that these types of signs do not actually provide any kind of enhancement to safety. You can see all the different studies that we have in here. We did attach those items to the actual agenda, so you can review those if you have the time to or want to look at them. We do have some potential legal liabilities with these types of signs. So for example, if we put these signs up, a family relies on that sign, and they lead to an accident, the city could theoretically be held liable for that. It also fosters driver disrespect towards other signs. Just having too many signs out there can lead to ineffectiveness and misleading information, loss of governmental immunity, and there's a maintenance liability aspect as well. Currently, our peer cities do not allow these types of signs. With the exception of Broken Arrow, they do not currently, according to their Director of Public Works, but they have in the past. Our expected way forward is we are going to be presenting a update to the neighborhood traffic calming policy, basically just putting in a paragraph in there so that we have future council members are aware of this. We're not having to brief this every few months or every few years. And ultimately, it's still going to be, again, up to the council member when they receive these requests from their citizens to be able to request that appropriately and to either approve or deny from the council side. And that's all we have for that. Open to any questions.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Brings up item 46, discuss component unit audits and take action as deemed necessary. By the way, council, while we're waiting on Kristen, you went through 27 items, 15 items in 27 minutes. You did good. Kristen.
So at the last meeting, we discussed the component units and how they affect the audit. So this agenda item gives y'all a chance to discuss that and direct staff as needed.
So as I recall, we directed the city manager to get directly involved, did we not?
Yes.
And have you done that?
I have.
And do we have positive movement on our tardy component unit audit?
We do.
Okay. Is that all you want to say?
It is.
Okay. Then I'm looking for a motion to go to executive session.
So
Thank you,
moved.
Kristen. We have a motion. I think I heard a second. Let's call the roll.
Putin? Epps? Gill?
Yes.
Hampton? Uyghur? Williams?
Yes.
Warren?
Randy? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Matt.
Okay, can I get a motion to return?
Motion. Second.
Got a motion, second, please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Present.
Warren. Hooten.
Okay, item number 47, Tim.
Consideration, discussion, and possible action to enter into executive session to hold confidential communications between City of Lawton, or City Council, City of Lawton, and its attorney concerning the settling of certain claims in pending litigation, City of Lawton versus Purdue Pharma LP et al., case number 1:19 OP 45500 DAP, pending United States District Court, Northern District of Ohio, and related litigation, including potential resolution of certain claims against Purdue Pharma LP and its affiliated entities in Purdue Pharma LP's bankruptcy case, case number 7:19 BK 23649, pending United States Bankruptcy Court for Southern District of New York, members of the Shacker family, the Shackers, Avogen Inc., Amil Pharmaceuticals, Apotec Inc., Hikema Pharmaceuticals USA Inc., Endivor Inc., Mylan Pharmaceuticals, Sandoz Inc., Sun Pharmaceutical Industries Inc., Zudis Pharmaceuticals, related to lawsuits against pharmaceutical supply chain participants of opioid prescription drugs, and taking appropriate action in open session, including possible authorization to settle claims, the disclosure of which may seriously impair litigation if known to public, as allowed by 25 OS 307B4. That conversation occurred in executive session. We have a motion.
Yeah.
There you go, thank you. Consider approval of a resolution to include A, approving voting to accept the 13th amended Joint Chapter 11 Plan of Reorganization of Purdue and its affiliated debtors in a participation in case number 19-23649, pending in the United States Bankruptcy Court for the Southern District of New York, and authorizing and directing its legal counsel vote to accept the plan via master ballot or otherwise. B, approving voting to accept and participate in the Government Entity Settlement Agreement, the GESA, dated June 15th, 2025, and authorizing the mayor of the City of Lawton or the mayor's designee to execute the subdivision participation form for the City of Lawton's participation in the GESA, and approval of the Purdue Statement Subdivision Agreement as it pertains to the plan and in the GESA. C, approving voting to accept and participate in the settlement agreements with Alvogen Incorporated, Amneal Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, Apotex Incorporated, Hikma Pharmaceuticals USA, Endeavor Incorporated, Mylan Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, Sandoz Incorporated, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries, and Zydus Pharmaceuticals, and authorizing the mayor of the City of Lawton or the mayor's designee to execute the subdivision participation form for the City of Lawton's participation in the settlements with Alvogen, Amneal Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, Apotex Incorporated, Hikma Pharmaceuticals USA Incorporated, Endeavor Incorporated, Mylan Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, Sandoz Incorporated, Sun Pharmaceuticals Incorporated, and Zydus Pharmaceuticals, and approval of the state subdivision agreement as it pertains to the general manufacturer settlements.
Okay, Tim.
And Councilman, you did a great job reading the motion. Just one, I noticed one correction. You said June 15, 2025. I think that should be a GSA agreement dated June 17,
June
2025.
17th,
Yeah.
yes.
Correction made. We got a second. Please vote.
Hooten.
Yes.
Epps. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Weiger. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Motion carries, bringing up 48. Tim.
Pursuant to Section 307B1, Title 25 Oklahoma Statutes, council convene an executive session to review employment of John Ratliff as city manager. No action is needed.
Audience participation, David Tyler is the only one that we have that's signed up. David, you got 3 minutes. Push that button and turn that on, would you?
Council, I've taken care of Lawton Public Schools ball fields for 24 years. 21 years as a volunteer. In the last 3 years, Jack Hanna hired me specifically for Lawton High and Central ball fields. I'm also on the Parks Committee, and I made it clear last year before they started construction of the water park that there would be migration of prairie dogs across McMahon Drive, and that we needed to stay on top of it so they did not get on the ball fields. What I'm here to talk about is stopping them from getting across McMahon Drive. I've gone on the internet and I've researched barriers that will prevent their migration across that. I talked to Dan McDonald today, a wildlife biologist, who confirmed that barriers work. They're very effective in keeping the migration. I'm not trying to contain them. I'm talking about keeping them from going across that road. Right now, Central Middle School has abandoned their ball field since July 25th because there's pictures of the damage those pictures don't include the ankle breakers where they dig that deep and you can't see them. If a child gets on there and breaks their ankle, or they get a disease from their feces, one of the pictures shows the dugout and you can see the feces all around it. It's not a biohazard, but there is a large list of diseases and illnesses that these kids can contract. I've notified the Parks Department May, June, July. I had my knee replaced on the 23rd of July, and that's when I found out from Jay Da Silva, the athletic director at Central, that they have abandoned their ball fields because of the prairie dogs. Please, I will work with the city to come up with a barrier. It only has to be 3 feet high. The line of sight for a prairie dog, that's important for them because they're afraid of predators. You block that line of sight, they won't go to that area. So I'm willing to work with you guys. Those kids are at risk because of those prairie dogs, and I need help from the Parks Department because at the September 16th meeting, they said they had priorities other than LPS. So thank you. And if you...
Thank you for coming,
You guys
and you can
ever
get with
have
the city
questions,
manager. You can get with the city manager and discuss what kind of barriers you've researched.
Well,
Thank you for coming. Okay, I need a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Please call the roll.
Hooten. Epps. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams. Warren.
We stand adjourned.